Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the 346th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, September 17th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Cremond. I'll be a host today, but of course we are joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe from the Keshe Foundation, and in this case we have a special surprise where we have we'll be broadcasting directly from Linz, Austria, from the exhibition hall where the enhancement spaceship units are located, and where Mr. Keshe is located, as well as many other people. So let's, you can see that now. Hello, Mr. Keshe. We don't hear your audio yet, but I'm sure we'll get that shortly.
Not green yet. Is it open? Can you hear me now?
You now? Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, good day to you as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers programs. As usual, this time we have a small surprise for you, where we are at Linz, the Exhibition Center, and as we promised, we allow knowledge seekers to join us. And today we have a number of knowledge seekers from Austria and from England, one somewhere, the only one outside there. And this allows us to share knowledge as usual in a beautiful way. As we always said, we share knowledge freely, and in that process of sharing knowledge, we allow the knowledge seekers to look a step further than what the present knowledge brings. One of the most important things today, which is now built up with the Iranian knowledge seekers, is about the origin of magnetic fields, how the magnetic fields work, and how they become part of the present knowledge. We have opened a specific scientific chat room in Iran for the Iranian scientists. And this is, for instance, Saturday. So we start teaching and bringing the elite knowledge to the Iranian scientists. That from there, we teach outside. We promise we'll do this one. And now the process has started. There is a large number of scientists who have joined in. And in the next few weeks, all the teaching will be translated and transcribed into English. The Iranian team will start doing this, which means we teach the edge of knowledge to the group. And the way we teach always in English, now we teach in Farsi, it goes disseminated into the Iranian, what we call scientific universities and organizations, and then the feedback comes internationally. This is important for us because now in Iran, we have entered the phase of space travel. So we actually started, now the 2 units have been shown, the flight system now is in progress to be developed in Iran. But we're teaching the knowledge seekers, and the scientists from different organizations join in and they start developing. One of the most important parts of the technology is how do we travel? Now, the 2 units in the background, you see the enhancement units. Can you show the enhancement units in the background, please? These 2 units are loaded and they are ready to fly. You don't see 2 enhancement units, just the ordinary system, but the system behind you, the matter state, is fully loaded for left-hand flight. It's not just here as a system, and we even asked our people here to secure the systems to the ground. We can only secure the systems to the ground, but we cannot secure the actual whole system to the ground because they're sitting separately on the platform. We expect to see the systems the first time we load fully in operation to start shaking and taking position. We've seen this before in our flight system. We expect them to move or at least create a field environment which can be seen from outside as a light. The systems are fully sequentially loaded. This week, we had a test with one reactor, and we already have seen the result. One system, one reactor was switched on in the material state, and we saw the effects of this form. Very direct. The system is only one reactor, and if you can focus on that UFO system, the minute the field builds up drops, then we have interfered with other things in the building which we don't want to measure. So we have shown what has happened is here is that the magnetic fields from the system So what this means, we have managed to interfere with the magnetic field of the Earth instantaneously. The system was on for what, 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes?
2 minutes, yeah.
2 minutes. And we have interfered with the master state of the system. We are very sure the spaceship program is fully on course. And in the next few weeks, we don't announce it when, we'll start showing everything which we promised. The systems both are loaded for flight system. The position between the two is that one takes energy from the other, and in response to each other, they dictate which system takes flight. We know this from the uranium experiment. If you look in the far end, there are two reactors. The first uranium reactors, there is one a dome, half dome, and one is spherical. We could load the dome and allow the spherical to fly. You have to create a point of reference. In the space system, when we do travel, we have that point of reference inside the spaceship. Now we use the two systems. So maybe in the near future, when you come here, you will see flight systems in full operation, if not before. The whole technology is based on creation of the fields within the structure that we create a magnetic field in the environment of the system. Can I have my pen?
Yeah, you would like to annotate.
Yeah, I want to annotate. Can you go back on the system? Doesn't allow me to annotate. Pardon? You got to do it on your board, and I can pick it up. So what in reality we see is the systems. You see them back to front to me. This is the space system. This is the space system. You see a guy passing behind it. Very good, we picked you up. The first passenger just came.
Just came out.
This is a good thing about the ride. As I was showing the thing, you just passed. You became the first passenger coming out. So this is like the Earth and absorbs all the fields inside to bring stability. And what we see here, one reactor at this position was switched on, which affected the magnetic UFO and other things in the building. The structure of the building as part of it was interfered with. You don't want to say because it can cause a lot of problem in this class. So, thank you very much. And so we have shown Keshe Foundation, the Spaceship Institute is ready to fly. And in a very short time, very, very short time, as we promised, we'll show you the flight system. This system was originally placed and shown to the Belgian authorities on the 25th of November 2011. They confiscated the materials, not to be shown till they control the technology. This time, we don't have that problem. They cannot confiscate. There is no nuclear material. It's understanding how to create cosmic rays at the highest level, which can interfere with the center core of the Earth. This is a technology unknown, and when I loaded the system, I built into it. So in the coming time, you will see Edge of Science technology in a very simple way, without any nuclear material. Exactly the way it's in the universe. And we've seen it, we're 100% correct, because we have interfered with two solid magnet systems in this building. First is UFO, and then there is another magnet in this building, which we have interfered with. So it means once we can interfere with the plasmatic fields of the iron, we can interfere with the gravitational field of this kind of direction. So the flight is imminent. And you got to understand, we switched on only one reactor. There are tens of reactors in these systems. Then you can see the mayhem. We are ready to fly. And as we test over weeks to perfect the system cannot be controlled manually. The system can only be controlled by thoughts, and there is one captain. The two people who can interfere with these systems, the people who the essence have been embedded into the system. One is the lady here, and one is me. We have embedded our thoughts and our emotion into the system internally. This is what we said. Ask can tell you, computer system in these systems is absolutely useless. Yes. As we said to you a long time ago, we have computers, we have put everything in, but in reality it's better putting them in the rubbish bin, but these are there for a decoration. This goes back to all the teaching we did from the beginning, that the speed of control of these reactors is so rapid that the computers at present time cannot cope. The audience can move a little bit forward. Yes, we have to understand in here, the knowledge seekers, we have a corona regulation by the Austrian government. We have to be distanced in certain distance, and we know who sits where. In case any of you get infected, the government wants to know who you have infected, who's been sitting around there. But they don't know the Keshe Foundation has already got the material for COVID sitting in the background. So the minute you get a problem, if you come here, you save it, with other way, you end up in the hospital. But in any case, what is important, when you sit here, for example, as a captain, you control everything. At the moment, we have trained 6 motions around the world. And in a due course that we called in to take responsibility. They were trained in Africa, then flown to China. They took 6 weeks of training in China. and now they're sitting around the world to deploy. Very soon, the 6 modules we trained will be called in because they know and they understand how to work, and they'll be trained further to carry on with their work. In a way, in the other system, you have an Earth replication, you control it. Here, we sit the soul of the man, and we control. Very simple. In the space technology of today, Keshe Foundation is something like 200 years ahead of any other space agency. And we start showing the production of materials in the coming weeks and the flights. But how does it come? The whole subject is, in principle, to do with magnetic fields. I can hear you. The whole system is understanding the knowledge in totality, in understanding how we create magnetic fields. The knowledge is in the Book of Soul. It's not with man with a pen. All of us, inherited in our inner being, has this knowledge. It's embedded in our genes for thousands of years. Now we need to reach it. And if you understand the work of what I call the Book of Soul, any of us can take it to flight. Now we start the process. The process of teaching now. And the machines are the basis. The first basis for us to be able to understand this knowledge, and with it, use the inner knowledge of the humanity. We all carry it. It's like the DNA we carry. But we never knew how to tap into this knowledge. And with the new and the present technology which is coming up, any one of us can take it into space. We can decide. It's just teaching it. And the process of teaching, as I said, we start that by 21st of March 2021, we see the first signs. The building of the structures are, in a very simple way, puts us in one direction, into space. And any of us, individually or as a group, can decide how we take into space. We use the dimensions of the oceans of the fields of the universe, or we stick to the matter state. And this week, with one simple operation, we have shown we can interfere with the matter state magnetic fields in this building. Then the rest is very easy. The rest is understanding the totality of the knowledge and the essence of what is within us. And then the biggest question for most of us will be, do we choose this or this? We choose the spans of the universe without limitation. We need to be trained. We need to be taught how to control, how to be part of the whole knowledge of the creation. And in so many, you look at this as a sun, but in fact, this is your soul. There's no difference. We don't understand and take the knowledge to the next step. And this is one of the reasons we're here. In a way, hopefully, this exhibition center becomes the permanent base for the next 12 months of Keshe Foundation. And in that process, every week, we allow a number of knowledge seekers to come in and see the progress. Next, the flight system, producing materials. And at all time, controlling what materials we can produce. The capability of the matter producing system is about 1 ton a day. This simple system you see in the background, set in the correct way, can produce over 1 ton of material a day. The commercial unit. I know, so I already have tested, and I know how it will be. This will change the biggest industrial revolution. This brings poverty to Africa. Furthermore, because now Africa lives off the exchange of our mining. But in the exchange, we give more back to Africa to cover for what they lose as income. Everything we should do, I calculate around. Everything has to be correct for every citizen of this planet. We have to compensate. We have to cover. We see a massive 50 to 60 million unemployment in the United States due to the government of this technology. Not only mining, all the defense technology people working in America, in LA and the rest of it, newly financed in Texas in the past 10 years, all become useless. We have a massive number of educated people unemployed, and we see the same in the Western Europe. Because you can fly with these systems anywhere on this planet, and there is no control. You can have breakfast in South Africa, lunch in Europe, and dinner in Egypt. The flight time is minutes. The biggest problem for you now, while you're here the way you sit, is problem. The minute you enter the system, there is no problem. Because this system is much easier. One of the major uses of this now, once we start putting it out, is people who just, you got an infection, you go in, you come without an infection. Because it's the energy balance of the virus. As I said to Klaus, can we have somebody with a virus positive? They go in the machine, they come out, and we test again, no virus. He said it cannot be done. One of the conditions of it, anyone with a virus cannot come in the building. But there's a very good news. 20 meters from us, there is a road on the side of the building that every day about 80, 100 cars come in to be tested for the virus. If they test positive, we can bring them in the machine, give them back to the building. This is the way it's always worked to bring in what it needs to be done. So in the very near future, every day, if you wait here till around about 2 o'clock, you see a queue of people lining up. I don't know, it's the instruction of the government or the police, they have to go and test. So very soon, they test that. If it's positive, we take them here, give them 15 minutes in the machine, we give them back to the government, let them test again. This is how we will show the power of the technology. And in a way, it's good for us, we have to learn this, because as I said, in the space, we have nothing but viruses. And COVID is the best test. And the government of Austria has been so kind to us, they put the test center part of the building. So, voila. There are no coincidences. So, in a coming time, in the space, you pick up a virus, in the system, the virus is taken out. The reason we developed this virus system, and I have a whiteboard back, please, is very simple. It doesn't matter how much we put control in the system, the viruses of the space have a specific strength that they pass. So we have to be ready all the time to interface with the viruses we don't know. So the system can be immediately adjusted. We can produce materials this way because we have the knowledge. We know that the system sitting on it, depending on the fields, if they can be stopped by the barriers of the fields we have created inside. If they are slightly stronger, then they carry on through. So human beings are always in danger. We see this with neutrinos on this planet. Neutrinos go right through this planet like nothing. We cannot touch it. Now we have the same thing in the space cosmology of viruses. The space cosmic ray viruses is something man has never known. It can release so much energy into the soul that the soul literally opens up like sugar in hot water. We know this, we've seen this many times in the space. So what you need is understanding and being able with the system to create. What did I touch now? I lost it. Yeah, you got to lose the screen. Doesn't matter. What you need to do is to create a magnetic plasmatic shielding that can protect you from all the rays. And you've got to be ready for it. One of the most important things which happened here this week proved one of the most disaster conditions for American securities. And the rest of defense technology. If you remember, we explained, we put a system and we expand the shields, and whatever is in this shield is mine. Be it American fastest growing drone, be it American base in Iraq, being, please sit down, being a magnet on the UFO and the system in here, which was affected, and we saw the result. What, Klaus, I'll give you a ground to explain to you what happened here, but we don't tell you what system we have touched for reasons of, we know. He will explain to you how he felt here because he was operating the system. Would you like to come in and explain?
Okay. The first time we started the system here, we just tested one of the reactors inside, and there are a lot of inside. Actually, we just did a test of functionality, and I ran one of these reactors for 3 or 4 seconds, and there was an immediate impact to this loudspeaker here, to this UFO, which is based on magnetic fields, and it just jumped on the table. It's like there was an immediate reaction. There was another interference, which we said we don't say for our reasons. But what I felt is, I felt like being in an onion, which means several phases I went through. I could not hear my colleague at a certain step, at a certain distance from the reactor. At another distance, I could hear him again. And I went further for some centimeters and I could not hear him. So I just switched off the reactor again because I was so frightened. And it did not stop. It just stayed like it is for a certain time. And I did not expect this because Mr. Kesch is used to all these effects already. Here in Austria, we were building these systems, and we have done smaller versions of it with less reactors. But now Mr. Kesch made this specific loading he mentioned before, and even one reactor already caused this reaction and also these feelings which I could be aware, which means there was a connection to these fields and a strong impact as well to myself. And these onion shapes were the most amazing things I could experience. So let's see what we're gonna face when we switch on the entire system in the next days. Okay.
Can you explain to us how long did you run the test for?
As I said, after 4 or 5 seconds, these impacts started. Then in total, the reactor ran maximum 2 minutes. But I was just testing different strengths of the fields. But after 4 seconds, I realized that there is an impact to the environment already. And these UFO here are based on a magnetic basis is about 6 meters away. The other system which reacted is about 10 meters away. And after 4 or 5 seconds, this impact was here, so these fields were built up very quickly.
You can stand there, I sit here, I talk.
Excuse me?
So I sit down, you stand there. What is interesting is that, as Klaus says, is a few seconds. We don't have that process of waiting to build up for the system. The systems have been sitting here, they're active, but not operational. And the minute we switch on, we will see the reaction. The flight of this system in this building is imminent. The only thing what we will see, we will take this system out of this building as a plasma field, or we take this system out of this building as a matter state. This is the simplicity of it. And as I've done this many times, we most probably travel out of this building in the plasma form, which means we'll pass through the walls, through the glass dome without any touch. This is how we travel in space. We travel at the strength, above the strength of the matter state. And I remember speaking to Klaus, the way he was saying what happened here. It reminded me of about the same time, around about the same time. If you go back on your calendars and look at the 2008, 28th of Shaban, which is the Arabic calendar, I went through the same thing in Tehran. At 5:30 in the afternoon, I switched the reactor on, and within a second, he was following me on the floor. We did the same thing. Now, there, we used to use nuclear material, which is my freedom as a nuclear physicist to use. Now, I have converted in the cosmetic field, which is much more powerful. In a way, all of you have made gases, and it's in water. With the plasma technology of today, we cannot create plasma in water, but now we have. And it's extremely powerful if you know how to play. As one condition. The condition is that the man has to have the attitude of peace. These things cannot do opposite, cannot die. And for this reason, when we loaded these reactors, We load them on the wishes of the peace, and one hidden wish, we don't know what that is. One day we might know. And that wish for peace came from Ella, which was loaded into every system. I know how to transfer emotion and psychology into systems. And Keshe Foundation team knows very well how it's done, but we don't put it outside, we don't teach it. And the wish for peace is embedded into these systems. And it's come from sort of the head of Keshe Foundation as one of the most peaceful people we know. And in this process, now we have to see what's the next step for us. Maybe next Thursday, we decide to turn all the systems on. And we all monitor what happens. Usually we get blinded the way we did in China, or we all monitor nothing happening. But in a way, we want to see how we will react in this building. How will it affect us emotionally? How will it affect us physically? Would many of us come here with a cancer and leave without a cancer? The process of development is very rapid. In this process, we have to take into account how far this technology will take us and to what limitation we'll accept. And in so many ways, as we go through the system, we all learn how the system will deliver what is being promised. The knowledge of magnetic field, transportation and transmutation of the field is part of the process of this technology. It is part of what we promised years ago. As I said in a very recent past, in other teachings, it's very simple. We, in so many ways, started the knowledge with what we called, in so many ways, the knowledge of the man. And in so many ways, as I said in the teaching very recently, this is the book, in theory, 10 years ago. And this is the machine which does confirm what's in the book. And if you understood this, and then if you understood, there's a book number 2, which is the system of it is here. Then there is a book number 3, which is the system of it is here. With these systems, we can transform matter into light. With these systems, we can change light into anything you like as a matter. If you look at it, as I said in the last teaching, we can create a matter energy field on the left and transfer it on the right and create a light. Exactly what happens in the womb of the mother. But in the womb of the mother, the womb provides the energy. Here, the systems provide the energy. The left is a matter state. The right is book number 3. And in between, what happens from transition one to another is book number 2. I deliberately chose the setting up of the systems primarily because I taught the knowledge in so many ways years ago. And the system has to be understood fully by those who decide where the knowledge of the man will go. If you put the knowledge on the three books together, you mix it in the right way, you have all the knowledge going to space. Everything is written. Everything is inside. It's how you interpret the book into the physical knowledge. I wrote a book 10 years ago. Now I show you the system. And you can imagine what we will show in 10 years' time. Use imagination. What do you think you'll see in 10 years' time if you can this way in 10 years? Any suggestions? There are about 20 audience here. Any input?
Moving between planets.
Pardon? You got to speak loud that the speakers pick up.
Maybe moving between planets.
We're not very far. You are more or less on that target. The next 10 years, with this technology now it's on the table, will travel the standard. The rapid growth in the knowledge will give us that opportunity to be able to do this. It gives us the opportunity to be able to dream a reality which up to now was a dream might have happened. I'll tell you how you're going to travel into the depths of the universe. It's not the way Einstein said out of his lack of knowledge that it takes so many millions of years, light years to get to a place. If you understand this technology, if you understand the depth of the knowledge, it's very simple. We haven't used this word for such a long time. We've forgotten how to use it. I'll show you how man will travel in the depth of the universe by wish and by understanding. This is a little man standing on planet Earth. This is a star in the depth of the galaxy. In your vision, you see. Means you have received the magnetical field of it. If a star has sent you a magnetic field, it's taking replication back from you. Means you're symbiote. If you understand the field strength in the world of science of plasma, zero time. You travel on the fields which objects have sent you back. And you travel at the strength of its own structure, which is a zero time. You see a star, you wish to be on the star, you can transfer yourself in the dimension of the field to that position. And when you arrive, the field strength of the planet or the destination dictates how you will know. Because you have to survive it. And the field takes that range. So in what we saw on the edge of science, now we understand how we can do it. You have two choices. Still, you can produce the UFOs. You can still produce everything else and fly with it. Or option two, understand the structure of the soul of the man, which is another moving energetic system, plasma, and travel at the strength of it. If you choose the strength of the matter state, you will have millions of years of light to travel. But now man has the knowledge of the soul of the man, instantaneous. Are you hurried to be home? The food is ready. We go fast. Or I take time. I see the universe. And this is the knowledge which is now in the hand of the man. This is the beauty of it. We don't teach you all to go with the energy within the structure of your body. We taught you how to build star formation, dynamic reactors, and everything else. The freedom of the choice has to be the choice of the man. And that's what I said from the beginning. When we start teaching, we teach the knowledge that the man will understand and the rest of the living things in the universe, that the man does not become subordinate. Man enters the universe as equal partner. Then nobody can claim to be prophet, which can change one thing to another. I made you a promise a few weeks ago, and I explained that very recently to the knowledge seekers, a few of them. I gave you a promise that in the very near future, most probably here in this platform, we'll bring a tank of water, and I bring one drop. I drop that water from me into the tank, and we all watch a life to be created. Conversion of the fields of the universe into the matter state according to the acceptance of the planet Earth gravitational magnetic. We can choose to be a fish. We can choose to be a man. While we watch, the system will create that life. Now we have that technology. Go back, why in the past few weeks, I taught you the knowledge of one drop, one life, or corona. Now we teach to scientists which are working with us how that one drop works, how that one drop saves life. Everybody looks at the physical position, but we look at totally different conditions. I elevate the soul of the man with one drop. This is what Christ did. That's how he raised the man, the dead. He elevated the soul, and the physicality responded. Now we have the knowledge, and in the coming days or weeks, we will demonstrate that in this room. Because the knowledge has to be taught so rapidly that we leave no ambiguity outside. As I said, we take lead in leading planet into peace. And now is not time to show magic. It's time to show a solid scientific-based development that changes the position of the government to peaceful nations. In a way, we lead to science and technology, which effectively can change. It has to be the correct way, and it has to be done in a way which take us to lead the nations to peace than letting them test it slowly, one at a time. We got to lead from the front with the technology, not as we've done up to now, trying to build up the back. And this will be shown here. When I entered this building the first time, I knew Keshe Foundation has found a permanent home for demonstration of the new technologies that the world comes to see. And it has everything for us to be able to show test flights and everything else. One drop, one life. You took it as one drop to save a life, but with one drop, I will create life. And it can be witness to it. In a way, it's not something strange. One drop in the womb of the mother creates that child. Because the womb of the mother has the other half. We had that drop to create that life. And in that process, we show the creation of life in the universe is entirely depends on the condition of the environment. In a way, if I bring a different tank of water with different condition, the same drop will become a fish, as the same drop in another tank becomes life, of an existing intelligent being. In a way, we need to do this because we have to understand how life in the universe is started. And life is not exclusivity of planet Earth. Depends where the Creator dropped that first drop of light. And this is part of the teaching which will extend heavily in a coming time. Open platform teaching, and for many of us to understand the next step in progress in technology. By wish, by understanding. But at the same time, if it's your wish to be on this planet, but don't forget, when you are stargazing, there are many stars. It's you who chose to be on this one. Zero time transmutation, and at the same time, transmutation of the light to life has become the right of every soul. In so many ways, a lot of things now has come, and a lot of conditions will create a new dimension in the human life. As I said, you're all Austrians, except one, two, maybe three, no, three. We all know what Linz is, as I said in one of the recent teachings, is the home of the Second World War when it started, the birth of it. And it'll be nice to see become the birth of new knowledge, where we finish one and we start another. And in so many ways, now the mankind has a knowledge choose. As I said, breakfast on one planet, lunch in the other, dinner another, and come home to Earth for a sleep. We heard from Klaus how we interfere with a matter-state magnetic field within seconds. In a coming time, we will show you much more than that. Maybe when you come here next time, you go home with a kilogram of your wish, or a kilo of gold, or a silver, will be given to you as a gift. Because it will have no value, because I can produce thousands of kilos of it. The industrial version of material system, as I've discussed with the knowledge systems. Let's read this one. Standing. How do we go to another page?
Try the menu on the
We can do with the clicking on this. Can you click?
left top.
What?
The menu in the left top, file new. New. First one.
No. Yes.
Oh, just say. Once again. Yes.
Okay. The industrial version of this system, what you see, as it will have an interior like this, where all the materials produced by the system will dump in and by conveyor belt goes up. It's a continuous production. As I said, we can even give you a tabletop one, like a microwave. We give you a tabletop version of it that you can produce in small materials. And if you understand it and take it to the next step and use a different version of the enhancement unit, the material you use, you'd like the porcelain, but to be a cup, you produce one and the cup is produced. This is how you produce your things in space. And now we have the knowledge. As I said, the most important thing for us was to bring the technology to be shown in a physical condition. Now we move very rapidly into that. I have till 21st of October to complete one phase before the final phase starts as it finishes on 21st of March, 2021. In the next few weeks, we'll break open new technologies in this room with these machines. Because as we have shown it, what do we say in English? The proof of the pudding is in eating it. So we give you enough pudding that you cannot eat anymore. You got to realize I bring the knowledge so forward that I force the nations to peace. And the only way to do it is to show breakthrough technologies that the governments change. When the incident happened here, I said to Klaus, if you left the system still running, we have to see it at night. So both of us drove here about 9 o'clock at night, went around the building to see if the system was left on without him going. So if you understand it, once we start running a system, in the next few weeks, lens will shine at night. That's the simplicity of it. As those of you who live in the city, you know from the mountains when you come down, We see the river and the bridge over it. And not far from the bridge, you will see the light of exhibition. Because once we get to that position, we will not unlock, we will not switch the systems up because we have to keep certain conditions going. And the lights will be seen across the city, most probably across Austria. Because it's translucent, it will be most probably in the shade of the silver, and it will be kept that way because it's a structural material. The lights beyond it will be translucent light. And that's why we came here in class at 9 o'clock to see if we see the light, if it's red. Because don't forget, we already know this, as I was explaining to one of the teachings this week. In the Sensano, the first teachings, you want me to drop it off again? Just putting it back on the UFO. In the Sensano, in a building where we did a test, Arman is somewhere in the background, I can tell you. We had fluorescent lights on the ceiling. We had 3 set of reactors running. This is the combination which we achieved 129. You remember what Tesla did? He used to hold a fluorescent tube in the field of his system and used to light up. Many of us do it now. It used to happen when at night we used to switch off the lights to go. We didn't go, we just switched the light to fool the system, and we used to stand in the building and watch that all these used to come on. Because the plasma field of the system was interfering with it. Many nights, that was a gift. If you work in the lab at night, before you go, switch off in the dark, you will get fluorescent tubes exactly the way Tesla used to say. Is Arman in the background? Do you see him? Or is he asleep? Now, we will get the same thing here. I've asked class to bring a couple of fluorescent tubes here. Are they here? Did you bring them? They're still in the car. So for that reason, we are bringing a few fluorescent tubes and we're leaving it in this environment to see when they lit, to give us the first indication. And one of the most beautiful systems is
FRMLN.
yeah. Can you ask Arman to explain this? Arman, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Hi, good morning, darling.
How are you, Mr. Cash?
I'm okay. Arman, I was just explaining, as you heard about the fluorescent tubes in the Sensano. Would you like to explain or elaborate on it?
Yes, every day we were wondering how come the lights we switch off and it comes on again and again. Then Mr. Cash explained that it's plasma fields, that it reaches and beyond the ceiling. So every day we were seeing that the light is on, and it was first time that we see the plasma effect, actually, after 129.
Thank you very much.
It was a long time ago.
5 years gone very fast. 6 years gone very fast.
It's 7.
7. What's the age? Thank you very much, Arman. I've enjoyed that walk. So we've seen it, and we will repeat it. And if we have seen the approach of the UFO in the step, it will be easy for us to interfere with the rest of the system across the structure. Remember, one of the things, if you look at the first test of the Iranian reactor in Belgium, you always see a small radio near the reactor, where when the radio stopped making noise, I knew the extent of the field. So I had a number of radios, one near 0.5 meter, 2 meters, and then as they used to switch off, I knew the strength of my field. We have a very big problem in this place. One of the main radio stations is just across the road. If we go operational and Austria doesn't get any radio frequencies, you know who to blame. As we said, the food of the pudding is eating. But I think this cake will be too big to eat. And then, as we explained, Darman, what happened here, you understand exactly how we can paralyze the present military air forces and navies to force peace. We don't touch, we just block. And as is embedded in it, the ethos of the peace, if the ship is peaceful, it will not be touched. You will see the oil carriers, the oil tankers, the commercial boats will go as normal. But those who have the intention of war will be paralyzed. Because we sit in it, the intention of the purpose. Means we don't paralyze the economy, but we paralyze the tools of war. One of the first people in the opening day came here to see, sent by the Foreign Secretary of Russia, was Russian representative to see the system. There was one thing obvious. We are hundreds of years ahead of the Russian space program. Let alone the Americans, because the Russians are far advanced than the Americans, if you don't know it. It's just that they don't know how to polish it, but the technology is very, very raw, perfect already. I worked with them for years. The new understanding of the new technology, and now that we have the systems and we have seen the first effects, we'll start changing course. And maybe next week, if you're here, or the week after, or sometime in the very near future, write down on a piece of paper how much would you need to carry home as a souvenir from the exhibition center. But don't all ask for the code because everybody else will have it. Your wish to be carry a bag of peace. Your wish to be carry a knowledge of the universe. You will be given. Because now you can create any material state yourself. And this is the beauty of the present technology. In so many ways, in this room, for the first time, we have shown the change of the course for humanity with technology. And we can even turn the switcher system on and show you the effect. Can we? We're all looking at Klaus. He says no.
You want me to do what?
He was asleep. He's trying to say no. But we'll set the system up. Next Thursday, we'll be here again. And we'll see what development comes by next Thursday. And we collectively live will watch the development of this technology from now on till 21st of October. And from then on, we shut to start development of the technology in a different way in the beautiful city of Tehran. And at the same time, it will be done simultaneously in development in China. Next couple of weeks, I'll be traveling back to China to bring the space technology on the edge to the Chinese nation by the invitation of the Chinese authorities. That we don't make the knowledge exclusivity of one nation. In spreading it, to give a chance to peace that nations realize their whole habit. As I said, we expect a joint female presidential team in the White House in the very near future. And we expect, as I said, the two ladies head of the Keshe Foundation to be parallel, to bring peace in parallel with the four ladies. And I'll make sure that will happen. As I said months ago, we expect the Vice President to be what I call Lady Harris. And we've seen she's been elected. She will be the next President of the United States. And she will choose a woman as a Vice President. This is our wish. And we have never lost a wish. One way or another, we get it. And this is the process will come. The peace will come through the female side of the human race as the mothers they care. And in that process, we allow the technology to be opened up very rapidly by 21st of March next year. And we expect the travel time sometimes around March that you will see a full flight system. Actually, we are 2-3 weeks ahead of what I planned. The reason is the team here is very good. And secondly, the choice of the materials to load the reactors proven to be 100% correct, immediate response. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And once again, I'll remind the attendees here in the Zoom chat that they can raise their virtual hands so that we can recognize you to be able to speak. Mary Beth has a question in the YouTube, Mr. Keshe. She says, so once the world switches to plasma, will we be able to turn lights off, or will they run all the time because the plasma field is constantly there?
If you go back to some of the teachings and some of the what I call knowledge seekers program years ago, we always said the problem of the future is how to keep the light off and keeping it on. And literally the only thing you can do is just build a curtain. The future light system, you just wish it shut off and it'll shut down. You don't need to think anymore. You don't need a switch. Wish by purpose. That's, if you understood how I explained the reactors will run, then you understand that should be very simple. If you go back to the teaching years ago, I explained we trust captains of peace and we give our souls to them to deliver it to the destination, like a postman. And we see that coming up. I have entrusted the captains of these two units to Ella. And the other two units in China will go to Banlin. And then is entrusted every system. Even when we go to the enhancement unit, we entrust with the doctor that the soul of the doctor is perfect, that it can transfer to the ill. It is the soul of the doctors which will work, not the pen and the prescription. This is the change, because we put the plasma in the condition to be. As I explained before, in the future, we never get sick the way we do now, because As you use the technology on a frequent basis, you always prevent the next step. We go to charge up and prevent, not to get sick, to get better. The whole process of mentality will change. As I said, in my life, I never worked to live, I lived to work, and I want to bring that ethos. From early business life, I wish that way and I live that way. The choice of work has to be a choice of pleasure, not a choice of survival. No one in the universe works. There are no factories, there's no mass production. But everybody lives to the extent of their life. So the light is actually nothing compared to what is given, and if you understand how to use it. And it will take a lot of time because a lot of us, we say, oh, it happened accidentally. In fact, there's no accident because you wished it, it has happened. But don't forget, you have to ask for it to be given. When you travel the span to go to another galaxy, to another universe, you have to be accepted by the soul of. These things you have to gradually understand. These are part of the process of the teaching in the coming weeks, which we will develop to its maximum extension. I have a job, and I explained months ago. We are more or less on the 17th of September, around about 21st of October, the teaching of the space technology in universal level will come to a prompt. And then we have 5 months to build into the process by nations, by governments. And then around 21st of March, by creation of new life, man will go into the next step. So you wish a light, I wish a nation at peace. But my nation is planet Earth and its citizens. Next question. We have auditorium people. Is there any question here? Anyone who wants to ask a question? Of course, the Englishmen always have a question. Carry on.
Yes, so,
First of all, introduce yourself.
so my name's Dean, I'm from the UK. Mr. Kesh, you said in the past about when you interact or know about the soul of the light.
Yeah.
If you make a wish to be with the soul of the light, would that take you back to a certain position?
It depends on what light and what position. It's very much dependent. When you reach the soul of the light, which had to explain in a very difficult way to the Iranians last Monday, last week, is that you are free to travel the span of the universe, and the position which that light has taken, not what is your wish. You become a passenger. That light is destined for something. As we explained, I'm doing with the Iranians in a beautiful way. Actually, it's become a pleasure to be able to teach in Farsi. I didn't know my Farsi was so good, but somehow they understand me. Another expansion. Yeah, I can expand. When you have an object and wants to travel from one to another, you chose the physical dimension, or you can choose the, as you said, the light, or you want to travel in a solar light. In the present physics, we have light in two forms. we have a light as a what we call a photon without any tangibility, or we have it as a tangible matter state. We see light affects two ways. Yeah, it's just a field or is as a matter. We call it a particle. This is the beauty of the light. Sometimes we detect it as a photon, sometimes we detect it as a what we call matter state. And we couldn't understand why. Now we understand that a light as a photon or the light as a particle. Where the soul of it is somewhere here. The rays which are created out of the interaction of the plasmas appear as light as particles, like the gravitational field of the Earth and the magnetic field of the Earth, as they interact with the field of the sun. Now they create a new plasma. So that plasma immediately behaves as a particle, as due to what we call weaker strength, it gets pulled to the gravitational magnetic field of the Earth as a light. But when it enters it, it converts due to inertia to particle. It becomes silver, it becomes copper, whatever it is. If you switch on the light for the electric vibration, because it has no plasmatic condition, it appears as a photon. But at the same time, the what I call particles, due to interaction with their environment, they can create what we call photons as well. So you have to understand if you're working in the rays or you're working in the plasmatic field as particles. This is part of the technology, science of the light, which was never understood. And for the first time in book number 2, I will explain how, what it is. But now we can go extend it further. So in so many ways, where is this slide predestined that you jumped in as a passenger as part of the soul? You have no say because you're just passing. It's very much as if you were standing here and you saw a star and you traveled through magnetic field. Because what the light has sent you is more or less on a very powerful photon, but at the same time particles. Because it has created out of the interaction of the field of gravitational field of it and you. So you can become the passenger of the soul of that light in return. Zero time. And next time when you look into the depth of the universe, but if you have opened your heart, physicality, but man needs to be taught to learn this process of thinking, this process of understanding of the soul. But you have to ask. This is the main condition you have to ask, and if it's accepted, it's yours. This is the rule of the universe. Just because I ask, I don't get. And that's why you cannot commit a crime. Because if you ask and you are given, it becomes part of you. This is how many people in a time of pain can travel outside of physicality. Because they wish for the soul not to be present to see the suffering of the physicality. Or the pleasure is so much that they want to be part of it and they bring the soul as part of it. Mankind knows this feeling very well, but he never understood. The pleasure of existence at the point of what we call inception. If you put the soul in it, you reach it. This is what's going to happen in 21st of March this year. We teach gradually the combination of the physicality and the soul is the same. Is the process of transmutation and transportation, where you transport the soul fields through the emotion and delivery by transmutation of that. This is how every single wish of the Creator from the point of creation has reached this point and beyond. The wish of the Creator. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. We missed some of the words that you were saying there. It was hard to hear through the audio, but I think we got the gist of it. Let's see, we've got...
Is this better?
You would have to keep talking. When you move around it, this sound comes and goes, and sometimes we can't hear the words.
You want to switch to the headphone?
Well,
do you want to change to the headphone? It's more stable.
You can try.
Can you hear me now? No? Is it better now?
yeah. Yeah, that seems much better.
Okay, so we go back on the old system. No? Pardon? You have this, oh, we have to go off this one because it interferes with the speakers. That we can all hear. 1 meter distancing. Next question, please. Is this better?
It's hard to say until you start talking and so on there. You could try it. We have a couple of questions in the Q&A. We have one question from Lee. What conditions need to be created to promote cavity repair or for tooth regeneration?
Cheese and CO2 and zinc. The reason is scientific. Now that you understand why cheese carries a lot of calcium, and when you take it with a combination of CO2 and zinc, it connects line with the neurosystem of the tooth, and the calcium and CO2 from the cheese and connection creates cells of the tooth. That's all you're doing. If you understood it, it's very simple. We have a lot of people who have tried it. Even in Iran, it's very expensive to go sometimes to dentists, so they can't find one. especially during the crisis, they tested it. After 2 or 3 days, there is no dentist. The business is very bad with Keshe Foundation for the dentist. That's all you need to know. It's not just because we say so. Understand the knowledge, the technology. We know always goes like the orange game. When you mix cheese, which is high in calcium, which is made your tooth from, then you put the zinc in it, you connect directly to the neural system. And then if you do it the right way and get the right cheese, then you transfer the calcium atomic plasmatic structure to where is needed, when there is unbalance, where is disbalance. Because the cavity and the disbalance in the tooth, it just doesn't create on its own. It has to have an emotional effect from the nerve system because the nerve allows it to happen. Now you satisfy the nerve, the emotion of the tooth, then you do the CO2, which brings a delivery of connection to it. And in transferring from the calcium with the cheese in your mouth to the nerve, you transfer the energy of it and you fill it up. The business is very bad for dentists with the Keshe Foundation. But you have to try it. A lot of people have tried it. And if you get it right, people like Dr. Azar are without jobs. Next question.
It's probably hard to get an answer from her.
She's enjoying herself in the most beautiful part of Iran in the north by the Caspian Sea. She went back to Iran for a few days and she's guest of the Keshe Foundation in Iran and they've taken her to the most beautiful part of Iran in the north. And she's there for the next couple of days before returning back on Friday. You see, we keep track of most of the knowledge seekers. Any other question? There is a message for the Universal Council members. Universal Council members of the Keshe Foundation. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock, Universal Council meeting, you're all invited to be there to clarify many points, which has risen in past few days within the Universal Council. We have seen this very direct attack on the Universal Council members to trying to disorient the council members as they couldn't do with the Keshe Foundation. It's the same organization with a lot of lies which has been put out. And now they couldn't touch the Keshe Foundation, we managed to save it, what do you know? Now they've targeted the Universal Council members, trying to disturb and create problem there to destroy one of the foundation points of the Keshe Foundation by a lot of lies. We have received transcripts of how lies are set up, and we call the Universal Council for a meeting to clarify the points to the Universal Council. The only organization which the Keshe Foundation, the heads of the Keshe Foundation, will ever answer to is the Universal Council and the Universal, what we call the Earth Council, and no one else. And when the point like this raises, we respond to the council only, and it has to stay within the council. We've seen now the same people who try to literally dismantle the Keshe Foundation to take over, and they failed. Now they want to disturb and do the same thing with the Universal Council with massive lies and what we call fabrication. And we call the council, now you see how correct we are. When we said this thing, now they've targeted the Universal Council, which is the foundation of the cornerstones of the work of this structure. Trying to disturb them, trying to dismantle it, and they could come in. And we call the council for a meeting tomorrow to clarify, and we respond to them. Any other question?
We had a question from Antonio. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. How has the response been so far with the exhibition in Linz?
Very bad. but exactly how we wanted it. From the beginning, we didn't want more than 50 to 100 people a month maximum. That's what we want. If you come here, some of you have been here, is not just walking through. From the minute you arrive, somebody takes you through step-by-step. Klaus is here, Herbert is here, and other knowledge seekers. It takes time. It's not something you just walk in and go through. It's a lot of explanation. There's a lot of first-hand knowledge, which is passed on by the people who are involved in the construction and work of the technology here. So we don't want many people, and secondly, with the corona, it's a big problem. 5, 10 people a day is the maximum we would like to have here. Because here is to taste and understand and experience the knowledge. It's not just look at some bottles and a couple of enhancement units. And especially Klaus and Herbert and the others take time to explain step by step. Because these are the people who build these systems. They understand it, they explain it. And then knowledge is transferred firsthand, not you've been given a guide, somebody who just here, you're here for a few hours, just wasting time. This is the beauty of this experience. You are with the people who built it. The first generation was me, I could explain. Now we have people here to explain how the GANs is made, how things are made. Because the Keshe Foundation Austria is a very compact group, very few people. And the beauty of it is everything is in the open. So everybody sees, gains knowledge what's happening, and it's amazing. I was shocked a couple of weeks ago. I walked in, I never noticed because I go there randomly. One of the knowledge seekers, which is a woman, was inside the system fitting things. And she was doing the internal connection of the controls. And I thought, that's a stranger woman, what's she doing there? Then I realized she's a master of everything. Some of you know her. She gets on the machine and cuts everything. And this is I wanted the technology to be, open, shared, and knowledge seekers learn from each other. If you go into the research center in Austria, it's amazing. It's opposite to everywhere else you've been in research. It's a small, I built it to be my own research center, but now we have to open the door for these enhancement units that are be done. And it's exactly how it is. You can walk anywhere, you know who is up to what every minute. You learn from setting up the machine, the GANSes, everything else. I think I'm correct, huh? And that's how it should be. Knowledge should be free to be shared. And when you come to this exhibition, you learn from firsthand. That's why earlier on, I put the Klaus to explain, because it's here, he's part of it. He can explain to you what he saw. We don't want more than 5 or 10 people a day here per session. Otherwise, it becomes another museum and another things go through. And you see people hang around, they don't want to do. They stay around maybe all day, drag on, drag on, drag on. To me, the way I set it up is success. And secondly, it's 3 days a week we are open to public.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday and Thursdays is teaching and testing loading. And we experiment everything here. We don't want public to be in. And like yesterday, something had to be done. They put curtains around the machine. You don't see it even during the public time. This is a live extension of the research lab of the Keshe Foundation. It's not just a museum. Every day you come, you might see something new. I came this morning, there are bottles in there. I said, what's this? Part of the system, the rest of it is arriving today or tomorrow. It's live. It's an interactive science technology exchange. Any other question?
Yes, we have a question from Hassan in the Q&A in the Zoom here, who asks, what are the reasons we are not accepted by other stars when we ask for it? is the universe only allowed for totally peacefully souls? Why aren't we able to achieve it now? Is it because we are not totally peaceful? Thank you.
We're trying to make the human race peaceful with a lot of zincs and other things which is put in, plus the new technologies which are delivered. Now, the rapid expansion starts to reach that point. We still got the cats, the dogs, and the lions to make peaceful too. It's good. No other question?
We have a couple of questions more. Lee asks, I'm not sure if this will be clear, but why is it okay to nanolayer materials by current for normal ganses, but not for the new cups?
What?
Yeah, I think they don't understand some processes there. Why is it okay to nanolayer materials by current for normal ganses, but not the new cups? I think they're meaning creating the ganses using current in the for the plates and the electrodes. But I mean, you've shown that for the one cup, one life right off the bat that was used for emergency situation in China, for example. So I'm not sure what they mean by that.
You got to understand that we produce nanolayers according to the need. At the moment, everybody does a caustic or they do the fire. But if you understand it, you can nanocoat according to the need. Plasmatic nanocoating is different than caustic or by the fire or by electron. And the environmental nanocoating plasmas is totally different. No other questions?
There's a couple more.
We have a question from Herbert,
Yes,
Austrian national.
yeah, Mr. Kesh, before you ask how we think in the near future will be some things, and I have been thinking about tourism into far space. Nowadays, when we travel on Earth, we have to have a passport and a visa to enter a country. So the visa is issued by the country which you want to enter.
Excuse me, I got to stop you. In the planets, we have no foreign office and we have no visa, no airports.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you don't need a visa.
I am not thinking about this kind of visa, but somehow who can enter another star or come near to the star not being allowed to, because
Once you have trouble, let me explain. Once you have tuned to the environment of that planet, you have accepted all the conditions of that planet, so there is no problem.
Mhm. So I have accepted the condition of that planet.
Yeah, that you can reach.
Accepted me as a visitor.
But
Otherwise, there's no.
it's the soul of the planet which accepts you.
So
So
only those
it-
who are accepted will be allowed to come close.
Put it this way, if you look at it, I'm going to give you a funny version of it, or another angle to it. If we travel as peaceful souls, and that planet has to accept you. Now, can you imagine why all the murders and everything appear on this planet? What's the soul of this planet accepts? Why do we create life, which is wrongdoing? Is it the soul of this planet which is totally wrong set up? So in a way, it says, all of you come here. This is a good place if you want to do the wrongs. Criminal planet.
Free will planet. It's a free will planet.
It's not free will. It has wheels, but they're not free. Any other question?
Well, we have the really big question from Danilo, who says, from Brazil, who says, good morning, Mr. Kesh. I postponed this question for so long, but I need to ask you, are you the creator of this universe?
I'm a human being in the body. Next question.
Okay, question from Randy, who asks, what is the maximum speed of the flight system when used within the atmosphere of planet Earth?
There is no limitation.
Can these flight systems be adapted to our present cars?
Yes. As I said in another teaching, we have already asked the organizers of this building that there are two extensions to this building on the left and the right, that in the near future, we will take the one on the right of me downstairs to show the first, what we call flying cars. It'll be shown here in the very near future because we have the technology. We don't need to do much. It's just adjustment. As I explained, where would I explain? Was it on the Tuesday teaching?
Mixed teaching.
One planet, one nation.
Was yesterday.
Yesterday, no, 2 days ago. At the Rick's teaching, yeah, you were there.
Yeah.
I go everywhere now that's trying to teach, no language barriers or whatever. I had a wonderful teaching on Brazil last Friday. It was very nice. We got to realize, can I have the white screen? Okay. You want to do it?
Frank, yeah.
I don't get there is something. Pad is on. Let's extend this down. On the 25th of November 2011, we had a car ready to be shown in Eindhoven. On the 26th of 11, 2009. On the 25th Friday, they came and they asked me, we want to see. They knew there's a fair there. Don't forget, Americans bought half of the tickets in the show that nobody can see the technology. So they came through and they confiscated my material, which that night was supposed to go in the car on 26th to be shown in Philips headquarters, which is like a spaceship. It's the only building like a spaceship auditorium in Holland. And they confiscated the material. The car was supposed to be driven, and then when it gets to the auditorium, to be flying and positioning itself on the auditorium. And Belgians, as we have seen, they blocked it. The car here will bring it, but what I'm trying to do is, this is the building we are in now. We are somewhere in the air, and there's a box here. In this part, we will show the flying system, and there's a door here, which the system will fly and position itself on this platform. Not only we show control, we show the, what we call control of the landing and everything else. The technology is with us. It's not something we have to develop. So maybe on the 26th of 11, 2020, it will be a good time to show technology. 9 years ago. We have it because it's in the structure. I think it takes me about half an hour to build one system. Give it to others 2 or 3 days. The technology is not something to be developed, it's already fully developed. And no nuclear material. There's a big auditorium here, which yesterday when I was walking, it's about 600 or 1,000 square meter. We will show a proper flight system, hopefully, in the coming months. I plan to complete the technology by 21st of March. Then, after 21st of March, we enter a new era of science and technology, which is unknown to man. Totally unknown. You have never even heard of it. So we open a new dimension to travel with the soul of physicality, which brings both combination of the matter state and the creation of the universe together. And that's a gift. At the moment, you always talk about physical transportation and UFOs, or we educate you to the point of how you can travel with the soul. But man has to be able to control both. It's never done before. And for the first time, both will open up. Now, the choice is yours. You want to travel with the dimension of physicality, or with the soul, or whichever. We don't have to die to go through that process to free the soul. In the next 6 months, 8 months, mankind has to learn to be able to travel in both dimensions as it chooses. And it's not only for mankind, it's for the whole of universal community. This allows no one to be better than the other, doesn't allow any race to know more than the other, so it becomes a homogeneous, peaceful structure. Any other question?
Randy asks, so these flight systems are controlled by our soul thought?
More or less.
Will there be a flight, Barbara asks, will there be a flight school to learn to operate the flying cars? Or is that part of the soul teaching?
It is part of the soul teaching. And when it got to that point, in a way, as if you listen to the past teaching, if you understood, is where I step down more or less, and it will be done by the two heads of the Keshe Foundation. They come, the knowledge is transferred to them, and they start part of that teaching gradually, because it's the cycle of change, and from 21st of March, that change comes to you, more or less. The new life brings a new knowledge which is unknown, and the wish of the new life is how to teach as we handle. There's a change of management as before. Next question.
Jefferson asks or says that yesterday you spoke about the production of GANs without copper or zinc plates. Could you please give us more hints on how to do that?
Yes. Hint, 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 hint. I think you got 4 hints.
All right, 4 answers for the price of 1 on that one.
Yeah, that's what I
Is-
thought we gave a hint. It's the use of English language, huh? You put it the wrong way. The knowledge within the Keshe Foundation is, they can't hear. The knowledge within the Keshe Foundation is deep enough, especially in the Iranian Keshe Foundation, that we see the step towards understanding of creation of matter, as you've seen in the enhancement unit, and conversion of the matter atomic plasma energy directly into the need. This is very important. And I was teaching yesterday or last night in the Iranian Scientific Channel. We asked that we don't allow any kind of time. Nobody can come in and put translation on like the world, what do you call it, language. Everybody's 10 languages has translated. We keep the Iranian teaching purely Iranian because it's very easy for me to understand. In the part of the teaching, I was explaining to, when you translated, you would understand it, that we create the condition of the fields at the matter state. One of the biggest problems with the present space technology is we think, how are we going to carry oxygen into space for us to breathe, for example? How do we carry air to breathe? If you have gone a step further to understand the technology, we don't need any oxygen in the space. That's why we can travel any depth of the universe, because now we understand the process. At the moment, can I have a new whiteboard? It's easier for you to do. At the moment, in the space technology, in the man technology, what we do, we have 2 lungs, we have a mouth, we breathe, and the oxygen goes into the blood system, and then we take it. And then the energy at this point is given to an element. That's all the lung and the blood is. Transfer of energy from the air in the blood, and the blood transferring it to a cell. Now we have the enhancement unit. I'll put you in the enhancement unit. This is the lung, this is your body, and this is your blood system. And that goes to the system there, the cell of your tongue. With the enhancement unit, I can give energy directly to the cell. Is there a need for the rest of it? You have to understand the depth of the knowledge. I don't need to give it to one, to give to another, to give to another. Because in these machines, we produce the totality of the spectrum of the energy. You pick what you like. I don't need to carry oxygens and air and the rest of it. In the space technology, which you will see with these machines here, once it receives the energy it needs and the energy that you can operate to, do you really need to go to sleep to go through the repair? Would very soon sleep become something we talk about, our grandfathers, our ancestors used to do? Does the soul ever go to sleep? That man puts the physicality to sleep. When you start living in a level of the energy and the soul, life becomes 24 hours operation. We rest, we go to sleep because it's a repair time on the physical side. And if you've been very active and we don't get enough sleep, we're tired, we can't carry on. But if I can give you the energy without sleeping, so reading, sleeping, and many things we are used to, it becomes dysfunction. And you'll see it very, very soon. Here, I sit and watch people who go through sometimes, and I see the behavior of the people, especially when they go through the mixture of cancers. I see a lot about human behavior, but just when people are in that corner. There is 24 ganses of different strength, of different purposes, which as you pass it, your body interacts with. And I can more or less say the behavior of the person when they get to that point. And because this is one of the favorite parts, we see people standing there, so they interact. And you see people who go in between it, interact totally different than people who stand around you. I set this platform here in a way to understand more as a live structure, as what we call life. It's not just that we change the reactors to see how they behave. We watch the human people go through here too. I come here. If a lot of you been here, you notice I always sit on the top tabletop and looking down this way. I have a reason. I'm the observation point. I watch how people behave, how they interact near what. This is a live research experimental exhibition. I don't need to go and bring people. People come here and I watch and I understand. But they don't know. They're so involved in seeing the ganses and how the system works and if they can move it. But in a way, you're a moving gans going around the ganses, so I see structure. And sometimes without anybody knowing, I move around the tables and change a couple of buttons to see what's the interaction of the next people. But they don't know, it's just, because I'm here, nobody bothers to ask me what I do and nobody can question me, says the guy knows what he's doing. But I watch behavior. You come into a live exhibition and you become part of it without you knowing, for people who want to understand things. But nobody knows. If you see me sitting on the top table, you've got to realize something is happening. It just needs for me a second to see. Why people get to that point. We had two couples last week, or the first week. They could not stand. Every time they came near, they went to the walls. There was something wrong in the structure of their emotion. Because the energy fields bothers them. And there are couples which they go and come back to it again because they take it from it. We had one yesterday, the day before, yesterday, was it? The couple, the young couple, the brother and sister, were they kept on going back to there. And it was their taking.
Stayed the whole day here.
Are they?
They stayed the whole day here.
They came here for a few hours, they stayed the whole day, we couldn't get them out. And you observe it. and they go back to the same point because it's a feeding station. You come to this place, I'm here, I observe, you're a guinea pig. You're experimental equipment. You've never been to a museum like this, huh? A fair. But this is how it has to be. We learn. You observe. And it's part of learning curve. We are doing a lot of experiments like this around the world with people without knowing. One of our knowledge seekers, I'm sure, he knows who he is when I speak. We are doing an experiment of a large number of handicapped children, mentally retarded. And we haven't said anything. The organization done. I've advised what I want, how I want it to be done. And now we more or less entered the 6th month of the operation. And one of the first things I was explaining to the head of Keshe Foundation, the first thing the report reads by the doctors and the psychologists who monitor these people, they put a lot of number of people to monitor everything, how the technology is affecting these people always sleeping in the dormitories. We're talking a large number of children. And they're all handicapped, mentally handicapped or retarded mentally. And one of the first things they noticed in our human life, self-consciousness, self-awareness is one of the most important things. Why children at the age of 1 or 2 suddenly stop wetting their pampers and they want to go to the toilet? Because they become aware that there's something wrong. I don't want to have it on me. I don't want the pampers. I don't want the diapers. And now, after 6 months, the people who control this at the moment, they have reported for the first time the use of diapers has dropped by 50%. And these children have been there for years. It's not something yesterday. And I explained to them, this shows they're mentally developing to become normal because they're not becoming self-aware, they become self-conscious. And shows age of maybe 10, they're still using Pampers, now they stop. So with the technology, we are showing in a mass way that how psychologically we are affecting people in a very good way. And I said to them, this group will bring is a near three-digit number of people. It's not a few. It's a very large number, orphanage. And we'll see most probably in the next 6 months, they start educating themselves. These people were totally mentally retarded. We have everything is videoed, monitored, and we want to see how the social structure will change. If people who are 8 years, 10 years are still wearing Pampers, now they stop. After starting this procedure, then it comes the intelligence. Just because physically they were incapable to do, they most probably been thinking very deep inside. They want to do things they couldn't. Now, by developing it, we tap open into the knowledge they gained 10 years walking around the orphanage, and they start talking. This is one of the large experiments which we are running at the moment. And it's fantastic. When they said, oh, this, I said, you have to understand what it means 50% reduction. It means self-awareness, growth of the conscious, which is part of the emotion. And we sat down, we actually set out to do this, and we see it. It's the same here. When you come through gradually, in the next few weeks, we develop, once we finish with this, a structure to create a field in these premises that gives you what we want. And then how do you feel when you go home afterwards? We don't want hundreds of people here. 30, 40 people a month is more than enough. If you educate well enough, they stay for life. If it's something to just walk through, you pass through museums all the time. As I said, this is a museum of knowledge to carry. It depends where you want to stand in that museum and what you want to. Brothers. Any other question?
Hello, Mr. Cash. Good day. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Wang Lin. Are you back from your trip or are you still at your trip?
I'm still at my trip, but I can translate. I just have a question
Would you
because
like to tell us where you are? If you don't like, don't do.
But I think it's something amazing about about what's gonna happen in the universe. It's interesting.
What's the question?
My question is because you just explained the question that if you see a star and if the soul of the star accept you and then you can travel to there. But my question is, because we heard like portals, this kind of words for many, many times. So, why we need portals? So is that like because the earth is like in a cage, so that we need a portals let us go out? But
Carry on.
but in the outside of the universe, there's no portal needed. Is that true?
A portal is a man-made thing, doesn't exist. It's like Austria. In Austria, a lot of things are there, but they don't exist. That's the first thing I learned in Austria. It's there, but we don't see it. It doesn't exist. These portals is a man-made, whoever made it, and has no reality to it. So once you start dreaming, you can dream anything. Rick, is there any more question, Wang Lin?
Yes, but I mean, if this portal means the distort fields to.
It doesn't exist, portal, so there is no use talking about it. What is fairy tale?
Oh, okay, understand.
Any other question from China? No. Rick, would you like to go on a commercial break?
Sure, we can do that. Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh, and
Thank you very much.
we'll return in a few minutes after a word from.
Can you show the intro we used to have about the soul? Do you have it with you?
Stanley, do you have access to that?
Stanley is not with us at the moment.
Okay, let's see if I can find that.
I have a reason. He's coming. Yes. They tell me I can answer one more question, then they'll have everything ready. Pardon? Can you repeat?
Are the materials produced in the unit in a gas form?
In every form. Can you go ahead, or do you want more time?
I'm still trying to find the video. I can't remember the name of it to look it up.
Commercial break.
Uh-huh. Well, they tell me they put a commercial break, and then meanwhile they'll find out to put on.
Okay, very good.
Okay, thank you very much. The air conditioner is going.
The process of understanding is very simple. The process is, as I explained last time, I explained more in detail. We are created out of the rays within the center of the universe. In interaction and reduction in strength and division by the strength in certain strength fields, in collection of the totality of the expansion of the universe, some energies, some dynamic fields have come together. Over billions of years, these fields lead to the creation of what we call the sun. Where the plasma gathers together. The same process repeats again because the sun is the same as the energy center of the universe. Now, the heavier, the larger amount of the energy which is collected in this span of the universe called the sun that irradiates out does the same thing again. Radiates its fields out, and in interaction with the itself, with the fields of itself, leads to creation of planet. In that process of the creation of planet, the same process happens again. In the interaction of the fields of the earth with its environment and cooling and exchange with the strength of the other things in the environment of the space of the solar system leads to creation of cell matter state. And that itself, in coming together and slowing down in such certain ways, as we call, leads to another sun. We call the soul of the man. This is the truth about the life and creation of the man. But if the soul of the man can understand and absorb and be correct with his conduct, he can become the strength of the fields and carry the strength of the field of the planet which came to his creation. And if the soul can understand with the same process, can interact, can be correct, can absorb with itself the totality of the strength of what it needs, he shall become the sun. And then the same soul has the energy that it can absorb within the solar system, within the galaxy, shall become the center of the universe. This happens on earth, we call it the rain. Come from, goes back to. Solar system, we call it planetary system. We come from the rays, we become the planet, and we go back to the earth. the same thing happens with the galaxies, with the solar systems, which they get absorbed back in and chewed up back in. The life, the process of existence in the universe is the same. It doesn't matter what exchange or what extent. So, what is the man fighting? Why do we fight for something which has come from the point of the creation, and in the process it goes back to the creation? The soul of the man, as the energy of the earth, gives the face of the man, the face of the earth, and that process is the same with the soul of the man. Our soul, in reduction in strength, in interaction with the emotion of the field of the environment, leads to manifestation of the existence of the man. But once it's completed, does it need the face? Or can it be and becomes free from it, what we call the soul of the man, be free and detached from its existence? Our soul is part of the process of the creation. The key to one question, who man shall be in the future, to be answered. As we saw, the sun became the earth, and as we saw, the earth became the man's soul. What would be the destiny of the soul of the man now becomes free at the point of departure from physicality? Would it become the sun for creation of another life, or many lives, or correction of lives? This shall be, and this is how it happens. When you create a soul which is not correct, which is misconduct by itself, cannot give, you lead to the creation of the next cycle of creation, which has started the wrong way, the wrong strength. This is one thing the man has never understood. You become the creator of another universe, another cycle. And this is what you have to judge in the structure of the soul of the man. What would I like that cycle to be? In the physical life, we create children. In the dimension of the life of the soul of the man, what that man, what that soul will create. If man has thought up to now, that's it, my end, my point, when I die is finished, there's as much fallacy that when the sun is destroyed in any shape or form, there shall be nothing left. But we know the parts of the sun becomes part of the galaxy and becomes part of the life. So shall be the soul of the man. The judgment of the man has to be according to what he sees the future his soul can conduct to be. The day of judgment is for the man, not in front of the Creator. That what my soul judges to be and what shall create. Man never understood and shall never understand till can solve this dilemma within itself. The reality is very, very, very real. And that is, as we see, the energy of the galaxy become the sun, the energy of the sun has become the earth, and the energy of the earth has become the soul of the man. so shall be the soul of the man, which is the energy itself, another cycle of life. How can you change when you don't understand? How can you change the process of understanding if you do not understand the process of the creation? Do we need to extend the understanding of the man that what is the future he brings? We care about our children, what education they get, what they wear, how happy they'll be, where they sleep. Now the man has to be careful and consider, what life shall my soul create? Because those are the children of your soul. As we see, the rays of the sun has become planet and 7 million children. 7 billion unlimited, which is growing. So the soul of the man will go through the same process. How many billions and subdivisions and sub-matter state of the physicality of the man your soul shall create? Would it be the soul of wars and conflict and ever killing? Or would it be the soul of this, let's say, a solar system which is peaceful? This is the truth and the reality of what the soul of the man. First of all, as I said many times recently, we never understood that the soul of the man is the structure of the man. And now that we understood, we understand on departure from the physicality of the man, the same process will carry on as it did with a star and planet. And the soul of the man becomes the energy source, a higher order, which itself leads to the creation. It becomes the star, it becomes the center of a new cycle of creation. This is what the human race has to understand. The cycle actually starts at the point of death and not finishes at the point of death. In so many ways, if one understands, is as the dusts, the specks of dust came together to make the earth in the solar system, so has the specks of the atoms has come to be the creator of the man. And the essence of the creation of the specks of dust on the solar system has led to the creation of the man. So shall be the fields from the soul of the man which lead to creation of another cycle of life. What kind of life man would like to have to be created by the soul? This is the day of judgment. This is what man never understood. Now you have to understand. You have no choice. Up to today, you were not aware of it. From today, you are aware of it. You are responsible for it. Your conduct has to be to elevate your soul. That in elevating the soul, what you become the creator of stands correct. The conduct of the synthesis. We don't inherit. This is the truth about it. As you've seen, the process does not stop with one cycle. The cycle carries on. It's very interesting in how humanity, now knowing the fact, will handle the fact. It'll take decades for man to understand, and then you understand those who become the tools of war, the tools of conflict. They have less, they have nothing to start with. They have to become the dust in the solar systems of the others till the day they learn more, as they cannot create a new cycle through their own soul. This is the elevation of the soul of the man. To be part of the creation of a beautiful life for the next cycle. When you don't have it, you have to become another cell in the body of the structure of the figure for you to be just there that it can done when you would have been the soul of the man. They say, do not create fear. I give you the point of love for creation. If you cared about your children on this planet to have the best, your true children come out of your own soul in the coming time. How would you like to educate them? How would you like to be when you are in conflict with yourself and the cause of so much mayhem? This is the truth, and the man will take a long time to understand, as now that we understand the soul of the man is an operator for the creation of the future extent of the body. Whatever is gathered by the soul at the end becomes its point of reference of its own creation of its own dimension. But the strangest thing is, what he creates from his soul shall become the creator of the other souls. This is the beauty of the creation, and one understands it, understands no limitation. One of the things to consider when we speak about going to space is, what do we define the space as? And what do we see, or what we consider as a space? We take a space in our physical body on this planet, and at the same time, within the structure of our physical body, there is another dimension of life which we call the soul of the man. And even though it lives within the space dimensions of the body of the man, has its own life and has its own line of communication. And what we define space, going to space, we already know the inner sanctum, or the creator of our physicality, travels the depth of the universe, has been the space travel all the time, has a line of communication with other parts of us, be it through dream we call it, or through subconscious, some people they call it, or we have the choice that physically move the physicality with its soul. In a way, we have a bird caged in the physicality of the body of man, and that bird is called the soul of the man. We can open that cage and let it loose at the point of death. When the operation of this cage rots away, and it cannot hold together, and this beautiful bird becomes free. Still, it takes life in the universal dimension, because it has a life. It exists on its own. Or we can carry the cage in a box and take it anywhere. I can take a bird cage in the car, I can take a bird cage in my hand and walk around the park. It doesn't change the entity and existence of that bird. It's still a bird, still sings, still communicates with other birds in the park. And this is how our soul is. So we give option. Those who understand the process of the creation can take that cage, that bird, out of the cage and free it, because we trusted it come back in. It's very much when you have a parrot at home, you open the door, you let him fly around the house, and he comes back again and he goes in the cage. Because you trust it. It knows that's where it belongs to. And this is the process that we have made an option to man. The soul of the man is that bird, but is encaged in physicality of body of man. And for the first time, man knows, man can see that it's him who hasn't trusted the bird to be freed. And it has come the time that he does not need to see the cage to break up, to rust, that the bird can fly out, or by accident open the cage's door is open and the bird flies out. That accident is when we die on the street. The bird cage opens up. That bird still gets freed. But now we are teaching how the man has control over this door of the cage. And he trusts that the soul will come back to the body. Or the bird will stay, that it can create that atmosphere of the home, the cage. This is the problem we have, and this is what we call it different ways of traveling. But to be able to free that bird without accident, or when the cage cracks, rust, and we call it death, we are teaching how to be able to control, to trust that that bird, when we release it, can come home, or can make a home that we can go to. When my children were young, 4 or 5 years old, they wanted a bird, a cockatoo. I bought them a cockatoo. And this bird in the cage was very young, few weeks old when we got him. And we used to let it free in the house. He knew he goes back in and he sleeps there and he lays egg there. And it came to the point, because of the diseases carried, we had to, the doctors told us, this bird cannot stay in the house because it's causing problem in the house, health problems. So we decided that we loved the bird. We didn't want to let it go, it was part of us. So we decided if we let it free, it will die, because he didn't know how to look after himself, because he was hand-fed. We decided we'd take him to a sanctuary, and we give it to a sanctuary to be kept. We carried the cage across a park, and as we were walking to go to the sanctuary in the park to be given to them, an old lady saw us. She says, "Oh, what a beautiful bird. We said they have a problem. We love him, but if you leave him here, we don't know if you see him." She says, "I'll look after it. Give it to me. You can come and see it anytime you like." And it was just like a gift. So we got the old lady in the car. We went to her house. We put the cage there. We showed them how to look after the bird, and the bird was free again in the room. And every now and then, children said, "Papa, can we go and see him?" So we called the lady, we go and see him, and the bird is there. And it was a new home. It was our home. And this is how the soul of the man should be. Is trusting that where he goes, he can make a home for us. So in this process, we are teaching different ways of freeing the bird, or carrying the cage. The bird is still there. If you want to carry a cage and go somewhere, you get in the car. That's your spaceship. Still the cage is there and the bird inside. The cage is the body of the man and the bird is the soul of the man. Because we haven't trusted that we get the bird back. We carry the cage in the spaceship. Or there is another line of teaching, which is the understanding the structure of the cage, that you can make the cage not to rot, that then it frees the bird, but it can open up and you can carry the bird is free, you don't need to fuel it, you don't need to do anything, it travels the space of the room, the space of the garden, the space of the city, and it comes back home again. In a way, when we teach about the soul of the man, is in getting the man to trust himself. And to trust himself, he has to become detached. He has to come detached from physicality, detached from the wealth, detached from everything else. That the wealth is within me, not belonging to me. And this is where every man makes a mistake. In many of the teachings I have referred, if you understand that you can put the soul of the man to act with the soul of physicality of the man, you can make anything you like. The soul of the man is the sun, and the soul of physicality in the palm of the hand of the man is the earth. You move it in the direction, you create water, you create food, but you don't need to have it. It creates the energy that the physicality of the man can absorb. We give the earth in the hand, in the palm of the man. He creates what he needs, he takes what he needs from it. Then, if you understand this, you allow the soul of the man to carry the soul of the physicality of the man with it, and whenever it comes, it makes that hand, that palm, 1,000 meter, 1 meter, in a cage of physicality or in a cage of non-dimension. So it's not methods of flight, it's the method of man understanding his own potential, his own grace. So because we have so many people who are so physically attached, we teach about the spaceship for years. This is what it was. They still wanted to see they can get into something. But as I said, I teach for the universe, not for the man. What we teach in the dimension of soul of the man, many travelers of the universe which hear the soul of me are educated, they understand what they missed. But as this is the last time we bring a messenger on earth, we teach everything for mankind to carry. All the rules are in the book. There shall be no more messengers. It's for man to translate knowledge. Scientifically, and then through the understanding of the soul of the man. What we call theology, ethics. Ethics of using the science in a way that does not harm no one, but it implies and applies the survival of the others. I was talking about this a few days ago, that there is a paper written by me, the station of the scientist as a prophet. The prophets we call Muhammad, Christ, or anybody, are for the soul of the man, conduct of the behavior. Scientists like Peter Tesla and others are to elevate the same, but the physicality of the man. This time we have put the two together in one go, then there is no difference. We teach the ethics, the soul conduct, and physicality. It's for the man to understand where the two merge and when it's needed to be done. The totality which counts, not the individuality. what you can serve counts, not what serves you. So in this way, if you are physical, we have given you the spaceship, all these reactors. If you have moved in the dimension of understanding part of it, you have the dynamic system, you get some energies, you put a glass of water, you mix the energy and something else together, you're still the camel bird. You put the orange, take the energy, but you still want that the physicality that you're doing something with it, you drink the water. And for the soul of those who understand the totality, then they don't need the cage, they're the free bird. And this is the essence of all the teaching. It's not different ways of flight, is understanding the existence of the universe. Then if you travel with a spaceship, who do you see? The citizens of the universe in a physical dimension. If you travel with the soul that you can create the physicality, you take that out of the equation. You travel, but you know you have connection with everybody. It's very much, as I said once, it's like you get out of London and you go to New York. You're there on your own, but you still pick your phone and speak to the family in London. It's not finished. Now, the soul of the man, given the man the same opportunity. We teach for the time to come, and we teach from now till that time to come. And that time comes, is not anymore the end of the world, something will happen. Is the maturity of the one's understanding of his own creation.
Okay, looks like we're back from our break here. Back again to the 346 Knowledge Seekers Workshop and our location in Linz, Austria.
Welcome back. And what is to understand about the technology is its simplicity. And we have made it so simple that anyone can understand the technology. Anyone can comprehend the extent of the knowledge. Does not matter what background and what education you come from. Because the soul of the man at the end does not know any universities, no colleges, and in so many ways, the knowledge of the soul, the knowledge of understanding of the creation is within the structure of the body of the man. In recent past, we have tried to explain, can I have a whiteboard, please? We have tried to explain the totality of the knowledge in a very simple way, where if this is your brain, you have two lungs, and within the brain, we have embedded the soul of it. And lung, we have embedded the soul of the physicality of the man. if we understand this position, then in so many ways, when mankind becomes aware of its totality, mankind will find out why the soul always dominates the physicality. Because it's the mother, it's the principle. And in so many ways, what we see, it dictates the blood circulation that the two emotions stay trapped within one, but in interaction with each other. The knowledge, it becomes very important in the coming time. For those who are educated in this knowledge, that in due time, as I explained before, you don't breathe, you don't need anything to breathe because it means you don't have lung. The soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man work from one source. Because we don't need to. We don't have the lung and the heart operation will become in the strength and the both work together. This is what to come in the very near future. Then man in the physical dimension can manifest itself in any physical condition anywhere in the universe. The process which we teach in the coming time is literally to do this. Where the soul of the man and the physicality of the man operate more or less from the same source, depending on the environment, which one decides to be you want the soul to be, or you want the physicality to be. When you change position, take the shape of the position. With Earth, these long arms, being another planet, needs 4 legs, whatever. But in the dimension of the soul, always stays the same if and when they come towards it. This is what we tell you after next year. This is where the teaching will come. You want to be in the dimension of physicality, or you want to operate in the dimension of the soul, which actually, if you look at it, the soul takes the soul of physicality. This is what we call in the teachings in a paper called interatomic fusion. In a way, bringing the smaller one, which is the physical heart, the soul, into the soul of the man. And this is where most of the teaching in the coming months we will concentrate on. Where the knowledge needs to be gained very rapidly by man to be able to become the passenger of the universe and survive all of it. To be in a physical world or to be in the level of the soul, but access to both at the same time. Then the soul of the man will never die anywhere in the universe, because the choice of physicality is his choice. Wherever in the universal community we've seen the soul of physicality has taken charge, we have seen demise. We see death. We see physical end. For the first time, we show this cannot be, and we try to bring understanding that in reality these two live together. Immortal life. Because you decide the point in time of the departure, but you depart from one, you go inside the other, and you travel the span of universe and you reverse. It's like a reversible jacket. But this time, all the time, the soul has equal balancing as does the soul of physicality. Many people in the past have managed to reach this, but they never understood, could not teach this. And now we start the process of understanding of the life in both dimensions. Understanding that in the physical dimension, we travel in a much lower speed, in a different style. We are dependent on source. Where we're traveling with the soul, we carry with the master. And we don't need any because it absorbs energy from the spectrum of the light. The future teaching will lead and be part of teaching how the soul of the man is created. The creation of the soul is the part of teaching which mainly will go on after March 21. Because it's time, it take time for a lot of people to understand. And then gradually, in understanding how the soul operates, becomes in a way now how we know the physical body of the man operates. That is important if you travel to the rest of the universe, because it says, I made man in the image of myself. So if physicality has an arm, hands, understanding, emotion, so how does soul operate? If it's made the physical body of the man of the same. The teaching after March is the teaching of understanding the structure operation of the soul. And that on its own creates a new cycle of teachings for years to come. That part of the teaching which comes to the operation of the soul is being gifted to the new life. It will be taught by the two ladies of the Keshe Foundation in time when it comes. I'll bring you to that point, and the new cycle starts from that point on. Then you understand life in the span of the universe. The true life, the way mankind will exist without any dimension to the physicality. Transmutation between the soul and the physical dimension at any point of the choice of the physical life. Understanding of the total structure of the existence. When this teaching starts, there will be a time that the man will be gifted with the knowledge of the Creator. Where you can, in a way, live in both dimensions. It's a different style of teaching, it's a different style of knowledge. It's a knowledge which man has never known, because on the other end of it, there is a gift. There is a meaning for it, which is, on the other end, is a closeness to the Creator. And understanding the total knowledge of the creation of the universe and the universe. So till man understands how the energy from this has to interact with the energy from this and become a twin, where they can feed from each other, but within each other and outside each other or inside each other, then the process changes. Many of you know this position. This process is not unknown to man. We know this process very well. But we never understood how these two literally work with each other and when they cannot accept each other's changes. If you look at it in a simple way, you have a hard time. You cannot accept the condition of physical life. What do? You release a lot of emotional energy into the soul. Soul not accepting it, releases the energy in a way of the bouncing back into the brain. You call it the brain hemorrhage. You call it the stroke. Unaccepting, not being able to accept the energy, which is the emotion of physical life, on this physical soul of the man wants to accept. Physicality doesn't accept because it says it gives it to the one which is bigger than itself. And when this does not accept, because he already agreed, the problem of the physical life is the physical soul. And then the energy released, because it's a physical energy from a physical dimension of the physical soul, is that the strength of the field of the body destroys many cells, you end up with a stroke. In a way, you shoot the stuff in the foot. Because what do when we can't carry the emotion in the heart, in the physical dimension, with the soul of physicality, it all releases to the one which is already contact was established before and we saw it before. And this is how you literally get your brain hemorrhages, your strokes. Now we see the soul of the man and the soul of his family always have been in touch, always have operated, but we never understood the process. Then now we try in the coming time to teach how your physical emotion circulation in respect to your soul of physicality can be balanced in a way that by weakening or strengthening the other, you manage to bring the two to be one. There's a technique in moving the soul of physicality into the soul of the man. This is what to come with a new life after marriage. That will be taught in the future. It's the knowledge I have gifted to that new birth. It's the knowledge which has come from a woman, that we can show the equality of both, where the life becomes one. Where there is no separation of the two. In your blood, there is a structure which allows the soul to move and allows the soul of physicality to move to become one. You never need to die. You are born with it. In so many ways, when you're born, there is a little dot hole into the wall of your heart. By closing it, it stops this process. In the world of medicine, the first breath you take, they say the cry of the pain of the child is the closing of that gate in the joint of the two walls of the heart. And now this process is to be shown. We teach in the coming time that how you can bring, as much as this pressurizes and releases, we can bring the two together. This is how you travel instantaneously by the vision of physicality to the dimension of the speed of light of the universe. The knowledge is unknown. As I said before, we bring a knowledge to the man that you never knew existed, and this is part of it. This is what to come. And if mankind reaches to understanding this level, because he already seen the stroke, the brain hemorrhages, he knows how to work with this, you literally instantaneously, you will embed the soul of physicality inside the soul of man. I protect you. I give you from me to be structured, to be protected. But this itself needs a special knowledge in a specific way, which the soul of the man and the soul of physicality thank you. Where the soul of the man and the soul of physicality are both, in a way, if you look at it, are one half of each other. That they, in a way, make a very specific structure of themselves. Then you decide, I want to change. We see it with the animals, they change the color instantaneously. It has to become that way. Your instantaneous change from one to the other, and this knowledge has always been hidden to mankind. Because mankind will use it in a reverse way, what we want. Conversion from one to another. We chose the weaker one, which is the physical death, because from the time when we captured the soul of the man, we were not just and correct with it. If we were, the two will have worked in a very harmonious way together in the structure of both physicality and the soul. Now you understand what is to come, because when you create this, when you understand this, you have to understand a lot about the creation of the universe, the creation of the life of the universe, and the creation of the Creator. The question was asked, are you the Creator? Yes, but in the body of the man. And that knowledge will be shared to what to come as a totality. Then life in space has no dimension. You don't depend to gain knowledge to go from one universe to another. You can travel the span of the universe and appear manifest at the point of the destination as you want, as you will. This is the knowledge which we never seen appropriate to be shared. But by extending the knowledge, now we teach. You have to see, you have to get into these systems and you see how you change, the way you change, the way you come to understand the totality of the creation. it is part of the coming technology to be taught, and is part of the reality of the technology to be taught. And in a way, I set the structure for the teaching that in a coming time when we teach, man understands the totality of the work of the soul. That doesn't need to understand the work of physicality because it's like a mass and a weight. The mass is the soul. And in interaction with the physical dimension becomes the weight in a very simple way. The mass never changes. The totality, the reality of the knowledge never changes. But when it interacts with this environment, we call it the weight. Then it shows the interaction between the two. Now you understand the change, the reality about what you call in physical term and in the dimension of the existence. The truth is, it doesn't matter where you take a substance, it always has that mass. Now, when you interact it with the physical dimension of the earth, it holds these 2 arm and leg and the cleaning up services. If you go to another planet and you carry it, and the dimension is the plasma condition, you most probably don't need energy. It can be a floating. These are the teachings which are missing. And in time will be taught. Up to now, I brought you, try to bring you just nursery school. Then we start teaching the real understanding of the work of the universe. And in time, in essence, being the same, we teach the rest. It's very hard for a lot of people to understand, but you'll be educated enough to understand all of it in the time to come. The life of physicality becomes immortal. The life of the soul is connected to the soul of Creator, and in reality, once created, never dies. Because it compromises all the time. It takes and gives. In a physical life, we cannot compromise. When you put a magnets near each other, they find a position, but they both stay still magnet. It's the same as with the soul of the man. You compromise with the soul, find a position, then you choose the destination. This is how we will travel the depth of the universe. This is how we will travel the universe. And those who get enlightened to the full value of it, they become part of the totality of the creation and the creator. So, in so many ways, from now on, we teach in the dimension of oneness, but understanding within that oneness stays the soul of the physicality of the soul of the man, where at the moment the soul of the man is imprisoned by operation of the soul of physicality through the chain of its if mankind did not have a blood circulation, the position of the soul and soul of physicality would have been totally different. The body on this planet has chosen the blood as a way of controlling the soul. This is what I always said. The physicality is a leech on the soul of the man. And as I said, why I started this teaching today this way is very simple. You can go back. The soul of physicality has had the support of the massive energy of this planet to engage the soul of the man. Now that we manage with a new technology to able to feed any cell in the body of the man directly from the system, is there a need for a blood? Is there a need for a heart? Or will the physicality of the man change? Because we carry the emotion, we have now systems which carry both the emotion and physicality energy. Then we have a system which can literally feed the soul of the cell too. Then do we need anything as a soul of physicality? Because with these systems, we feed both the physicality and the soul. And we know the soul is always dominant. So now that we have the knowledge and time come again, we feed the soul of the cell, not the cell. Then do we need existence for anything but one soul to do, but the physicality to be manifestation of interaction, mass and weight? Now you're coming to my expertise, but I enjoy to teach. For the past 10 years, I wasted my time, not wasted, but I take time to teach about the physicality and connection to the soul. From now on, I teach you what is my beauty, where I understand, and where I'll take my kind to. Does not matter in any dimension you exist. Up to now, it was physicality and energy of the soul. From now on, we teach the teaching of the Creator, the interaction of the soul, the existence, the essence of the creation, because in this point, the other part becomes literally the soul of the Creator. If you can educate yourself in that way, then you understand where you came, and why you came, and why you need the dimension of physicality. As I always said, we come to Earth to enjoy the pleasures of the physicality as it has a different understanding than working totally with the dimension of the soul. In a world of soul, we talk about loving. In the creation of man, we live to love. It's totally different. And in this process, I teach you how literally live a life only through the life of the soul, but being aware and understand that if you like, you can allow the soul of physicality sometimes to show itself. You choose the time and the place. Man, understanding this, will never die. Not only man, any creature reaches to the understanding of the operation of the soul and totality of part of the creation, will never ever die. Death is a condition of physicality. Now, again, you can choose. You can go with a donkey, you can go with a jumbo jet, you can go with a UFO, or you can travel with the soul, or come to understand the knowledge of the creation, travel in the ocean of the love and the field of the Creator, which has no dimension. Then you become outer and total as itself, as the Creator. In fact, you see nothing, but you carry everything within. There is no tangibility, there is no dimension, but what you think becomes what you desire, what you want. And this clearly this process was set in the operation of the enhancement unit. What you wish, what you have has no tangibility, but it has the strength of the field that it delivers what you wish. What was the design? The soul of the man is so powerful that we only work with the shimmers of it, not with itself. I think I opened a very big Pandora box for you today. But if you understand it, you become wise to the world of the creation. If you don't understand it, as I said, it's just a noise and a voice. And this technology, as I always said all the time, it's according to the level of understanding and the intelligence of the man, and understanding how the system works, that you can become powerful. You don't need to have a PhD. You don't need to be a street reader. If your soul is enlightened, God has no sweepers in the universe and no doctors, except for the level of the soul of the man has no dimensions and has no limitation. Now I dug you a very big hole. Try to get out of this one. Any questions? I bet the first one will be how to make ganses. Rick has to find the button.
What was that about Ganses?
No, I said we're talking about the soul now. Somebody comes and says, how do you make ganses?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to sort through the questions here so we don't get that. I try to answer those questions in the background.
The theory is easy to understand, but the question is how.
Speak louder. You have to ask. Is this green? Yes. Come on, ask the question. They didn't hear.
I think they heard.
Did you hear?
No, we couldn't hear.
No, it says no, we couldn't. Carry on. What was the question?
Everybody understands the theory, but the question in practice is how. We all understand the theory part. Yes, we understand it. But how do you do it?
You got to elevate the soul of physicality to become humble enough to have access to the soul of the man. So now you have to understand.
How?
That
Again,
is
theory
simple.
is understood. How?
We bought these machines for this purpose, to show the way, how to be done. It's just like when it's like writing. When you learn how to write, when you learn a language, you know how to do it. It's like when you learn a way from here to Vienna, you can always go. With this technology, with these systems, partially the work is to show man how to access his soul. And then you practice.
And when the machines are not accessible?
You should be able to make that yourself.
How?
Exactly what I said. You have to bring the level of the soul of the physicality to such a level that become in touch with the soul of the man.
But you said something in particular. There is a technique.
Yes.
How?
The technique will be shown in the coming time. Mankind is not ready yet. After 21st of March next year, the new soul will teach. Any other question?
There's a question from Antonio in the Q&A here, who says, Mr. Keshe, many are suffering now with cancers and other diseases. Will the medical doctors be able to have some of their patients treated in Austria or China in the enhancement systems today?
Once the system's delivered, you can go anywhere in the world, yes. I can see a question coming.
Okay, there's a question from Dan in the Q&A regarding the role.
There are 3 people with their hands up. Can you let them?
Okay.
I think there is one from Keshe Foundation in Iran, I can see, as Klaus Stanley shows.
Youssef, we can.
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Youssef.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
this is Azar.
Oh, you changed your name, Azar, to Youssef?
You changed your voice.
We heard, Azar, we heard in Iran they are very good in changing sexes so fast, so quick.
No,
I hope you let your husband know.
That was
I think your husband divorced you by the time you go back.
Yusuf is here too, but but I'm using. Okay, my. Okay, this is what time is it now? Here it's good afternoon. As a group, like Yusuf and other people with me to another planet.
We can't hear you properly.
If I want to travel, and can I take other people with me?
Yes.
If they soul.
In the car or with your soul?
With my soul.
Of course you can.
Okay, for example, we are planning to create like 4 of us create one, like a spaceship together and travel together to another planet, so we can do that.
It's like a 4 systems, yeah. Which one are you is going to be on the top to be the atom number 4. But the most important thing is which one of you is humble enough to become the weakest. First of all, do we know who the 4 are?
Yes, we know who the 4 are. Do you want the name?
Yes, we'd like to know who the 4s are if you want to go into space with.
Okay, so this is Ali and Yusuf and me and Dr. Barapur.
Ah, Dr. Barapur managed to get himself to you lot. This is the Keshe Foundation Iran. They've just acquired the office. They've literally structured themselves now. And they decided to celebrate. They all got to the north of Iran, which is the holiday region, to celebrate for 3 days. And that's why there is no work. And they are in one of the most beautiful part of Iran by the Caspian Sea. So what have you gained? Which one do you want to take? All 3 of them or just one of them?
So Dr. Barapur is not here yet. So we were thinking about, we will do it. And first I was thinking about doing it in Tehran, but then I thought it would be better if we do it in the nature, in the forest. And then, because we are connected to the planet, and that's much better. So we haven't done it because he's not here yet.
Can I share some of the pictures where you are?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, you can.
I'll find it. They are in one of the most beautiful. It's
you can say
where the Silk Road sits in Iran. And they are very, you see the faces and the people, and in so many ways, it's a pleasure part of how the Keshe Foundation in Iran is growing and we can put faces to it. These are the people who stood the front line of the what we call Corona and worked, Dr. Parapur and other knowledge seekers. That you see they are active in being very real Iranian. This is, we don't have it. That's Dr. Azar and Yusuf, the head of the Keshe Foundation in Iran, and Ali, that is other Iranian who work part of the Keshe Foundation of the head office of Iran. And there's Dr. Parapur, you don't see him here, that they put their time. Yes, it looks very nice. So this is how the Keshe Foundation goes on holidays. The Keshe Foundation in Iran is going through a phase of change and very positive moves. Yes, you can laugh. So do you have any questions, you two, or not? No.
Okay. No, thank you.
Thank you very much. The Keshe Foundation in Iran has structured to become a very powerful organization for itself. And Yusuf has done a lot of work, been recognized and become part of what we call in West the civil defense, to serve the nation unconditionally and freely. And it's the special forces within the Iranian structure. And these people devote their life to serve. It's beautiful how the Keshe Foundation has been given this position to be in that structure. You'll see them more. And with this, we have received the protection from the officials to be part of the structure to support Iran. And that's why we started a new teaching. I will be returning to Iran as part of developing this structure to the full space technology. Any other question?
Okay, we've got two more hands up here.
Let me tell you something before you say. These three people tried very hard to be here in Austria to be in the teaching, but they cannot. Austrian embassy is closed in Iran. Otherwise, we would have had them here as part of participants.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Keshe, Rick, yes. Anybody present, Azar, and the team in Iran. I wish you all my best wishes of luck. And I know you're Azar, you know, you're surrounded with nice people, so enjoy it. And so my question, Mr. Keshe, is, first of all, what we are seeing is a dream you have been talking about, and we see present. Congratulations for all of us. Which, even though we are not visible or not heard, but we do all our best for this cause, because it's true, it's correct. And secondly, what I wanted to talk about is a notion of creation, which I have problem how people understand it, the new ones, those who are very much in rush to get all very fast. Mostly they come 1 year, 2 years. They want to create everything. They want to give health to anybody. They want to create kidney. They want to open all the channels and all that with the cups. And I even heard, which I almost didn't sleep when I heard that in a local place, that on the Zoom, the person says, if you drink this cup of the 5 cups in this way, or you put it in this style, CO2, ZNO, and CuO in this style when you sleep, you go to paradise, or it's like 70 years of praying. I just couldn't sleep. how could, why, what is it coming into a scientific organization? They have not the basic, they don't have the enough action and exercises. And then all of a sudden they want to heal everybody. And I think it's bad because you never said you're a doctor. Nobody said you're a doctor. There are all sorts of emotional soul reasons of any sickness. Nobody can pretend, especially I'm sure these people who talk like that, there are 3 or 4, maybe, I don't know, I don't say where. They want to do all that. I don't think it's qualified to be talked in a Zoom because somebody else, because we all think everybody is giving testimonial, but these kind of things about the canals, open canals, and then we go to paradise, it's like 70 years of praying. These are not the place of Zoom. And I think it's very bad for the organization if somebody
I
cuts.
don't understand what you're talking about, Masad.
Yeah, people think that when you talk very simply about soul and power of soul and creation, it's just like that. I think they are missing the part of conduct, correct conduct, which means not to steal, not to kill anything, not to all these things of connecting, disconnection of material before
Meredith,
getting elevated, because
what-
elevation of a soul is something, elevation by gas or CO2 and things, something else. They mix the whole thing and
who are you talking about, Marinez, and what platform are you talking about? Is it public teaching, private teaching?
I
give
know,
us a hint.
I try not to say which platform.
Well, give us a hint what you're talking about, because I haven't found that anywhere. And
Me
I'm pretty much in touch with all the different groups and so on. So I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about here, Mr.
That's not
Kester.
your language. That
Oh,
Okay,
it's in
well,
the
that's a
Farsi
hint.
language.
That's a hint. Thank you.
So I want to say the people in Iran, Mr. Yusuf, be careful that we are not doctors. We don't pretend anything magic or the kidney comes with, if you put it like that when you don't have kidney. I don't know why it was supported because I was not in the Zoom. And people have to know they have to be correct first to elevate. It's not the gas that elevates them or the machine. They have not to steal, not to kill, not to do false testimonials, not to lie, to be separated from all this, wanting more and more. And these things, little by little, elevates their soul. And then you can make gold. For me, the recipe of gold is by soul. So there is a mixture of all this for those who are new, which I think it should be cleaned up before it creates problem for others who listen.
Well, I think Masad, this is not a place to talk about it, and that's got nothing to do with the structure outside, which is to do with what's going on in 1 or 2 chat rooms in Iran.
Yes, sometimes outside also, it has happened before that people say, I'm creator of the world, I can create anything. But
You
they have
see,
missed
no, I think you're mixing a lot of things together. This is the situation which was created deliberately by those who infiltrated the Persian Cash Foundation originally. All these talks, not understanding or deliberately bringing. And this is one of the problems now we have with some of the authorities in Iran, that how these people have put so much rubbish in the market, which is nothing to do, but they now start understanding this is the work of the people who infiltrated the Cash Foundation originally to do this kind of thing. And this is all irrelevant.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Next,
you.
any other question? Thank you very much.
Okay, we did have another hand up. Let me see, I don't see it right now.
We are reaching the 4 hours. You want to carry on or we block or stop at 4 hours?
Well, generally that's what we do. It's up to you, Mr. Kesh, of course.
Yeah.
There's always
think,
more questions and
Yeah,
so on.
we never stop. Thank you very much for today. We bring it because the 4 hours is a Zoom line. We have creates more job for the translator, transcribers. I hope today we opened a new dimension in the teaching, and hopefully in the coming time, we'll spend more time to teach in this part. It's a breakthrough from what we've been taught, and in running the systems, then we will see how the technology will come into reality in the material state that most of you are interested in. You want to see something, you want to make something, then we come to that point in the coming time, and then we'll take the technology to its next step. Thank you very much for today, and we leave it to you to close it, and see you next time.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, and many thanks for the live transmission from Austria there, which is very important for people to see what's going on and to experience the hall there. Thank you very much.
Indeed.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate